Oh, it's just life.
Oh my God. Okay. I can see it, I think. We're live. There's just a little delay. That's why I was confused.
Okay, okay.
I don't know how this works. Do we know? Okay, there's one person viewing.
Hi.
Oh God. Okay. I don't know if you want to wait a couple minutes for people to like come in case, or you would just want to like straight up introduce yourself and then we like start a sprint. I don't know.
It's your life. I'll follow you.
I don't. I don't know. Um, I guess we could just like straight up introduce ourselves and then just go in a sprint, and then if someone joins, then we'll.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay.
I'll let you go first since it's yours.
Well, hello. If you find this, you're on my channel. My name is Megan, and I'm reading Malamander for the 24-hour readathon.
Okay, so I guess it's my turn now. I'm Emily, and I'm going to be reading A Curse So Dark and Lonely by Bridget Keller.
So how long do you want to like sprint for the first sprint? I don't know what's best for you.
Uh, I don't know, 20 minutes? I don't.
20 minutes
I'm,
good for like a first sprint, and then we can see if we want to go like longer or whatever afterwards.
yeah,
Can I
sure.
put a can I put a banner if I write a banner? Create a banner? Yes. Okay. Sprint until 9:22. Scroll across bottom. I can do that. I don't know if it's gonna work.
I see.
Yeah! Woohoo!
Woohoo!
I'm gonna mute myself and we'll get back to each other in 20 minutes.
Yeah, perfect.
Hello.
Hey again.
Just stop this. So, how was your book?
Really good. I'm enjoying it so far.
Yeah, did you make good I feel like the 20 minutes went by so fast.
Yeah, I was like, I kept checking my watch to make sure I wouldn't like go past it because it's really easy to get like sucked into it. So
This book, like the font of my book is absolutely huge, so I'm making like really quick progress. I think I read like what, like almost 40 pages in 20 minutes because the font is so huge.
I'm trying to figure out how many pages I read. I think I read about 20, like half of what you read, but I read like two
Dang.
chapters.
No, but it's good. Like the book is like this one is like weirdly shaped too, so I think you're a fast reader.
Yeah, I've always
Oh,
been.
hello to our friend.
Hi.
I hope your reading went well. Let me know in the chat what you're reading if you want to, or if you're reading, you could be doing something else if you'd like. I mean, it's all up to you.
Yeah, getting
Um,
productive.
oh, that is so cute.
Aw.
Well, hello. I know you. I saw that you were searching for live reading sprints. So hello, my name is Megan, and I can't point on the right side anymore. This is Emily, my co-host. I'm
It's
so
like the
not used to
opposite.
this. Oh God. Oh, I feel like so productive though when I sit down and I have to read. Like I love reading sprints. They make me so happy.
Yeah, and even when like I'm not watching live sprints, I like doing like Pomodoro sessions. So like I'll put a timer for like 25 minutes and I'll try to read as much as I can and then I'll take a break and then I'll come back to it. So
Did you
I
try
like
the Forest app? I feel like everyone on BookTube is.
I you have to pay for it. So I was like, oh, I don't want to pay like $3 for an app that I
Yeah.
don't I use. So I found a similar one. It's called Flora. And instead of like trees, it's flowers. So I like it.
Oh, that's cute though.
Yeah, but I'm using it sometimes, but sometimes I just like set a timer or I know there's like ASMR rooms and there's like a timer as well that goes with it. So it's like a Pomodoro session, but like there's an ASMR background and I like those as well. I think they set me in the right mood for reading.
The Inheritance games, I have that like on my Kindle right next to me because I'm thinking of reading it for this 24-hour readathon. It looks so good, and I love Jennifer Lynn Barnes.
I've heard great things about that one. I've been meaning to read it, but I don't own it yet. But it's something that like I've heard amazing things about it. And I know there's a sequel coming out too, so that's cool.
Yeah, I think it. I don't know. I think it's a duology. I know the author usually writes pretty big series though, so it might be more than a duology. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. I just know that there's a sequel coming out. I don't know if it's like a longer series or if it's just like a duology. I haven't heard like people talk about the sequel that much because I don't think it's out yet. But
Probably
the
not
first
because
one,
that book was a recent release. I think.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know, but I've heard amazing things about it, and that's something that's been on my radar because I've heard
The book
great
is
things
so
about that
hard
one.
to find. I had to buy like the Kindle version was on sale at one point for like $2 because the book is like $30 and it's out of stock everywhere.
Oh my god! So it really like everyone bought it, and it's hard
Yeah,
for us
I
to
couldn't find
get
it
a
on
copy now.
Amazon chapters. It's not anywhere. It's
All
crazy.
right. Okay. I
Yeah,
might have to wait then, or buy the Kindle version as well.
because I love her natural series. Like it's one of the first series I talked about on BookTube when I started like years ago, and I was
Okay.
absolutely hooked on it. And uh,
I had never heard of this author before, so like maybe if I like this one, or maybe I'll pick up the other one. I don't
oh
know.
my
We'll see.
God, The
But I've heard
Naturals
great
is
things.
like a series about like it's like a young adult series with teens that have like abilities that are amplified, and so they help solve cold cases. They're like in a little academy, and they help solve like cases that no one else figured out because they're so good at what they do. And I love it. There's so many plot twists. It's
The concept sounds cool. I'll have to check it out.
that's why I'm like extra excited for this one because it's like the series she's written that reminds me of that one the most. So
Okay. Well,
yeah,
sounds interesting.
it was
Is it a long series?
4 books for that one.
Okay, not
And
that
they're
bad.
all out, so like at least you don't have to wait. Because I had to wait
Yeah.
for the last book, and I was like dying at that point. I loved it so much.
That's one of the reasons why like I wait so long to start series because I hate having to wait for the next book to come out. Some series I'll do it, but like I hate having to wait for the next one because it's like I want the next book now.
But then when it comes out, I don't read it. It's like with the capture, like Stalking Jack the Ripper. I still have the last book to read, and I'm so scared to read it that it's been sitting on my shelf for an entire year.
Sorry. Got interrupted. That's why it's like living with her family. But
Now I
yeah, I'm
wanna.
also terrible with series. Like I'll read the first book and then I'll be like, oh, I'll wait until the next one comes out and then I'll buy it and I'll never read it. I have so many series that I have like purchased a couple of books in the series because I know I'm going to be reading it at some point, but I don't know when.
But I feel like
So
such a fake fan. Like with Stalking Jack the Ripper is like my favorite book, but I haven't read the last one in the series. I'm like, what am I even talking about at this point? Oh,
oh,
oh
that's why I
God.
love romance and like standalone so much
I
because
know.
uh,
Because it's like such a commitment. Like the Ember and the Ashes series sounds super interesting, but I'm like, do I want to read 4 books? Like,
yeah.
it's a lot of time to like commit to one thing when I could read like a bunch of romance books instead.
Yeah, I read like the first 2 books in the Amber and the Ashes series, and I bought the third one because I was like, oh, I'll read it closer to the release date of like the fourth book because at that time we didn't know when the fourth book was coming out, so I was like, oh, I have time.
Oh,
But now the fourth book is out, and I was like, oh, I'll read the third book, and I never like I still have it on my shelf, and I haven't even purchased the fourth book because I haven't read the third yet. So I was like,
yeah.
oh.
Is it good though? Like this is I
I
don't know.
really liked it. It's been a while though. It's been like 2 years since I read the first 2 books, but I really enjoyed it, and I was like looking forward to the third book. But I don't know. I've heard like mixed reviews on the like third and fourth as well. Like I don't know. I think people like liked it, but not as much as they hoped they would. I don't know.
That
I haven't read the last 2, so I can't really like comment on that. But
yeah.
the first 2 were really good.
Because I feel like that's the thing with so many series is like the first book is really good, and then it kind of like goes downhill, and then by the
Yeah,
end you're like, why was this so bad?
yeah. Or with
Kind of
trilogy,
with
sometimes like the first book is good, the second book is like meh, and then the third book is like amazing. Sometimes it happens too. So yeah, sometimes it's like people are trying to
Scythe,
stretch out a story that should be a standalone. I don't
yeah, like the Scythe series. I'm like super excited. I love the first book. Everybody says the second is amazing, and the third everybody hates it. So I'm like, it's
know. Yeah.
not
Do I even
fun to
bother?
like do I
Yeah.
just read one and like stop there? You know?
Yeah. I bought the first, and I'm like, do I even bother anymore? Because like, if the third book is crap, like I don't want to read a series that I'm going to be disappointed in. So
Honestly, it's worth it just for the first book. I love that book so much.
okay, well maybe I'll just read the first. We'll see.
It's I mean, you want to read it after because the way it ends, you're like, oh. But then I'm like, oh, what if the third book like just oh?
Yeah, I hate
But
when
I
that
love that.
happens. Yeah, I have to get to it. I have so many like sci-fi series that were like fantasy series because I used to be a huge fantasy reader. Like before I got into romance and like YAs, I used to read mostly fantasy. And I have a bunch of series that I've started before, but I just haven't gotten around to finishing them because I don't really read fantasy that much anymore. Like I read them every once in a while, but I'm more like a romance and contemporary reader now. So yeah, I
Yeah,
will get to them eventually because since I enjoyed the first book for the most part, I'm like, I'm probably going to enjoy the rest. It's just that I have to get into the mood to read them, and that's the hard part for me.
yeah. And I feel like, especially, I don't know, with the pandemic, I feel like it's easier to just like read something that you know is going to end well. Like with a romance book, you
Uh,
know.
yeah,
Yeah.
the
And
happily
like
ever
even with
after.
like a middle grade, like I know at the end, like the 12-year-old kid, like the author's not gonna be like, I'm gonna like harm you
Kill
or
them
kill
all.
you off. Like
Yeah.
so it's a little bit more feel good than an epic fantasy, you know. Kind of like I wanted to read I don't Crescent City, but like that book is huge and then the sequel
Oh
isn't even
yeah.
out yet.
Or like everyone right now is reading A Court of Silver Flames by Sarah J Maas, and I'm like, do I like? I love the first 3 books when I read them, and I'm like, do I even want to read that anymore? Because it's like I think it's 800 pages. I know it's like very smutty, so like maybe I might enjoy it still because like I'm a romance reader, so I mean like probably I would enjoy it, but I don't know. It's like 700 or 800 pages. I'm like, do I have time to read that?
But
Like I don't
everyone's
know.
loving it though. I've been on so many
Yeah.
like live streams and people are reading it and the reactions are hilarious. So maybe, but I haven't even read the first book of that one. I feel like I'm
Oh,
missing out on something.
it's good. I think the first one is like okay, it's a Beauty and the Beast retelling, so like it's pretty standard. But like this, I think the second book was the best one in my opinion. The third is also really good. I know some people didn't like the third so much, but
Yeah.
I enjoyed the series as a whole. And I read those like pretty quickly. I think the second book is like 800 pages, and I remember reading that in like 2 days. So maybe like yeah, it's very easy to read because
Dang.
it's like supposedly YA, but I think it's more like new adult because the characters are like maybe a little bit. I think they're over 18. That's for sure. But like in the second book, there was like sex scenes. So like it's not YA anymore, you know?
Yeah, because I heard yesterday I was watching Mel, like from Mel Reads, I think that's her channel, her live spirits, and she was saying how Sarah wanted it to be sold as like new adult, but Bloomsbury said that if they were going to buy it, they would market it as YA, and she didn't have a say in it. And then
Okay.
they realized with the first the fourth book, because there was so much smut, that they needed to rebrand the whole series, so that's why they changed the covers to put them in
Uh,
adult.
okay, it makes sense because
But like
yeah,
there's so much stigma around new adult, it's like no one wants to publish it. But like then 14-year-olds are gonna read freaking smutty
yeah, because
scenes.
exactly, because if you market it wrong, then like kids might stumble upon it because YA technically it's like 13 and up, I think.
Yeah.
So anyone could read it. So yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like
I don't know. Like if I would have kids, I don't know if I would feel comfortable at like
yeah,
such a young age. Like I get it, like books are for everyone, but like there's still a limit to like what you're exposed to. Kind of like with movies or whatever. Like I don't know. It's just
yeah. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but it's really good. If you haven't read it, I personally
yeah,
really
okay.
enjoyed it
Because
and
I
I really
have the
powered
first
through it.
book.
But yeah, well,
Is it
personally
really
I
like
liked
a
it.
Beauty and the Beast retelling? Like is it like that for like 50 pages and then it's like completely
No,
off?
the first book is pretty much like a Beauty and the Beast retelling. Apparently, the sequel and like the third book are like other types of retellings. I don't remember. I
Oh,
think the second one is supposed to be like a Persephone and 80s type of situation. But
really?
yeah, but I didn't see that. Like I didn't know when I bought the sequel. Like honestly, the first book is pretty much a Beauty and the Beast retelling, but the rest is like they're expanding the world. So
Okay.
yeah, but I didn't feel like the rest of the series was Beauty and the Beast, but the first one is pretty like I'd say pretty close retelling. It's like
Oh,
loosely based, but there's like a lot of similarities with Beauty and the Beast, like the curse and everything. So yeah,
because I really like those kinds of books. Like even with the book you're reading right now, like
yeah,
it's one of my favorites just because it's so close to Beauty and the Beast, but then there's an entire world. I really need to get to the sequel to that one.
yeah. I think there's 3 books in that series,
Yeah,
right?
the
The
third one
trilogy.
just came out. Yeah.
Yeah, the covers are really beautiful too. I was looking at it, and I was like, wow, I love
Where's
this. I love
Yeah,
the
look at
colors.
I love the second one the most, I think. It's so pretty.
Oh wow, yeah, and I think the
Mm,
third one is red, right?
yeah, love it, love it. But like they're so big, and then I kind of forgot. Actually, you should. Oh, see, I'm not alone in this.
Exactly.
I mean, I would probably get uncomfortable. Like if I read it on a live show, I know Becca from Becca and the Books the other day was reading it, and she got like super red because of like how intense the scenes are, and I'm like, oh, like calling it
I will,
YA.
yeah. But I think like you said, the fourth book is marketed as like adult or like new adult. I'm not sure the terminology, but yeah, like the fourth one has been because of the rebranding. This is like marketed as adult, but the
Yeah,
first 3 are still marketed as young adult technically.
yeah, because technically they live in both now because they have like separate covers and everything. But it's like if they tried to
Yeah,
like pass off their mistake and then just like rebrand the entire thing. So
yeah.
it's very interesting. So are we ready for another sprint?
I'm ready when you are.
How long do you want to go for? Another 20 minutes? 25 minutes?
Maybe 25 this time. I felt like the
25?
20
Okay.
minutes went by like really quickly, so 25 would be a little improvement.
Perfect. So we could essentially come back for like 10
Yeah,
or
sure.
okay. Yeah, I'll write that so it's easier for people, but okay. Sounds good.
I'm so sorry. I touched my mouse like on my app like my I have this Apple thing and like I accidentally touched it and like it went back. I was like, no, what did I do? Oh, all right, so we're sprinting, I guess now.
Hello, everyone. I don't want to
Hey.
scare people when I talk on the on the mic after like 25 minutes of silence.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So apparently my book is a lot darker than I thought. And
Really?
now I'm
How?
yeah, and now I'm a little scared. Well, people are like shooting each other with harpoons and like stuff is kind of getting out of hand and there's a lot of evil people and I mean it's pretty intense for like a what I would call like lower scale of the middle grade.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. I haven't heard people talk about that being like a thing with this book. So
No, because usually they talk about like the folklore element with the
yeah.
Malamander, but like I didn't expect it to like take a dark turn. So the illustrations are really, really pretty though, so that's fun.
And that's what I love about middle grade. Like most of them include illustrations and they're so pretty. I'm like,
I
wow.
know.
It
Like the
really
Sophie
made the
Anderson
experience.
books are like
Oh yeah. Like the one I just finished reading The Girl Who Speaks Bear and the illustrations were really pretty. Like I really liked it.
did you like the book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I gave it a 4 out of 5 stars. I really enjoyed
Nice.
it. And it connected with The House with Chicken Legs, which I was not expecting. I think her books are all set within the same world
Yep.
or something. So yeah, I it made me want to read The House with Chicken Legs now because it connected with it a lot. So I might
I
buy
think
that one too.
she does that with all of her books because I read The Castle of Tangled Magic, and at the
Oh
end
yeah,
you see the house with chicken legs in the book. So I think they're all kind of mushed together, but I haven't read the two others, so I have to like go back and
yeah, but I don't think you have to read them in like any order. Hello.
hello.
But
But
yeah, I don't
no,
think I have.
I don't
Yeah,
think so. They're all standalones, but it's like fun to understand
yeah,
where,
exactly.
you know. How was your book?
I'm enjoying it. It's surprisingly funny sometimes. I really like her main character and like the interactions that she has with like Ren and Gray. I like that so far. I'm a
You're
hundred
really
pages in, so yeah,
dang, that's
already.
good.
It is really a quick read. Like I'm flying through it honestly.
Now I want to reread my copy of it. And I also have I feel like you've talked about this in your recent vlog, eh? You like that one?
Yay! Yes,
I
I
was
really
thinking
enjoyed
about
it.
that. I'm so scared I'm not gonna like it though.
Personally, I really liked it. But I think it's because I have super low expectations for it. Like I went into it knowing that the reviews were mixed, so I was like, if I don't like it, it's fine. But I was really surprised by how much I liked it. There's a huge part of it that's like around. Well, the main character works in digital marketing, and like both of them work in marketing. And as I work also in marketing, I was really interested in that aspect of it. Personally, I really liked it. But I know reviews are mixed, so I don't know.
Because
Maybe
like,
you
does
won't
it
like it.
really live up to the hating game meets the unhoneymooners? Because like that's a big statement to have.
Yeah, I don't know if in terms of like the writing and everything if it lives up to it, but I think like in terms of like the concept, it really is like the hating game meets the honeymooners because you have like two people who are working towards the same promotion, like they both want the same job, like in the hating game, and they kind of hate each other, but not really. It's kind of a one-sided thing, kind of like in the hating game. So I saw a lot of parallels, and like the honeymooners, obviously, like it's kind of enemies to lovers. It takes place like I think it was in Hawaii, right?
The unhoneymooners, yes.
Yeah, but this one takes place in the Galapagos Islands. But yeah,
But
I
like, do
think
you
like
get the
the
same vibes? Because like the vibes of the tropical vacation of the unhoneymooners is like what I really want with this one. Because like the snow outside, I think you know there's a
yeah.
lot of snow, and it's like making me so depressed.
Personally, like I really liked it for the like setting because I really felt like I was on vacation with the characters. So I think like if you're looking for something that will make you feel like it's not winter right now, this one is great. Personally, I really liked
Cool.
it.
Okay, because I think that's what I want to pick up after I finish this one, and I'm like getting pretty close to finishing. So
Yeah. Well,
yay!
it's really quick as well. Like I think I read it in like 2 days. Like the first time I read it, like I started it at night at like 8 p.m. and I was like, oh, I'll read a little bit before bed. Next thing you know, I read for like 2 or 3 hours, like without being able to stop because I was so engrossed in the story. I was laughing out loud as well because it's very funny. And yeah, I really flew through it. Like I read it in like a couple of hours at most, like in total. So
Nice.
I think you will. I think it's a
Yeah,
good pick for a 24-hour readathon.
because I started reading The X Talk by Rachel Lynn Sullivan, and
Yeah.
it's like everyone's talking about it, and I am not liking it. As of now, it's like really not vibing with me, and I'm like, I need to pick up like another romance book I'm gonna
Mm,
like, because if not, I'm gonna hit a slump. I'm so sad.
yeah. I've heard people talk about it, but I haven't like seen if people love it or hate it. Like I've seen one person say that it. I think I saw one person give it a 3 out of 5 stars, but
Because
yeah, I
everyone
don't.
I've seen is giving it like 4 or 5 stars, and I'm like,
Okay,
I don't like the main character as of now, and I'm like 90 pages in. I don't like her at all.
and it's kind of
She
an
like
important part of like your book if you're following the main character and you don't like them. I know some people don't mind reading like books from a character's point of view that they don't like, but personally, like I have to vibe with the main character on some level at least because otherwise I'm not going to be able to enjoy it. So
because it's like a one-sided like hatred, but like for so many like it's not even like a valid reason. So like if
oh
someone did something to you and you're holding a grudge, like whatever, but like hating on someone just to hate on someone, like oh,
yeah,
I hate it. Oh, it's really annoying. So I don't know if I'm gonna like DNF that one or
yeah, maybe it's the best thing if you don't like it. I mean, don't push yourself to read something that you're
yeah.
not enjoying.
I might just like put it down for now, but I hate doing that because if I put down a book, I never go back to it. Like even if I'm like, oh, I'll like restart it, I don't.
Yeah, I get that.
So annoying.
So how much did you read? I don't know who mentioned how
Uh,
much we read during the sprint.
where was I? No, I
I
read
read
more than
22
that.
pages, I think. 24? 25. 25. Okay. So yeah, I
I
read 25
I
pages.
read
Not
a
bad.
good chunk. I think I read another like 40 or 50 pages almost.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, because it's like some of them are just literally illustrations and the writing
Ah,
is super big, but
the joys
yeah,
of reading a middle grade.
that's why I was like, because I also had the option of this one,
Oh, yeah. That one, too, is really quick to read.
which I feel like I maybe should have picked this one because I would have liked it more, but I want to like take the time to. Do you know if there's more in the series or it's only
I
those
thought
three?
it was only 3 books, but I saw on Twitter that the author mentioned that she's working on like the 4th book. So I'm guessing it is a continuation.
Yes.
So I think Gavin said that it's 6 books in the series. I think, I'm not sure, but I know the author is working on a 4th book at the very least. So,
Because I know I watched the interview, but I like it completely. I don't know, and I was like scared if it was gonna be the last one. Like I would have wanted to like take my time to read it because it would have been sad.
yeah, when I read it, I thought it was the last one, and like the way it ended, I wasn't sad with the way. Like I was like, oh, I'm sad this is over, but like I was happy with the way things ended.
Yeah,
Like I think we had like a resolution at the end, and it was fine. But now that I know there's more, I'm really happy because more time with the characters. I don't know if I'll be the same characters. I think I heard somewhere that like the first 3 books or something, and the like other 3 books are about another character.
really.
I don't know if like I imagine that sometimes. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, there's potential. I mean, the world is pretty big in that one, so it would be
Yeah,
easy to like
so
follow someone else.
that could be interesting. I don't know. I really do like the characters and like Tilly in the bookshop and like her family and like the little group of characters that we have. But I
Yeah,
wouldn't be mad if we follow someone else.
it's like the Nevermore series that's supposed to have 9 books. I'm like so
9?
happy. Yeah, 9 books.
Wow. We're
But
almost
I'm
on
like,
book
I'm
3.
gonna be
I
like
haven't.
30 years old when the series is gonna end. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, I still haven't read this 3rd book. Follow book.
It's the best, but like you can't be in a depressed pandemic mindset when you read it. Like that's the one
Yeah,
thing because the
it
way
deals
she
with a pandemic.
describes the hollow pox in it really reminds me of how people were acting with COVID and like the racism behind it and everything. Like she really got it. She nailed it, but at the same time, it kind of makes you feel sad because it's so easy to
Yeah,
translate into. But it's so good, and
yeah.
it's
Oh,
darker. That one is a lot darker than the 2 first ones.
really? Okay.
Yeah, at the end, I'm like, I don't know where this is going. I might not like where this is going. I'm like scared about the
Okay.
decisions. Yeah,
All right. I'll have to
very
like
good.
read it
It,
too.
yes, please do.
Yeah, ever since I bought like the 2nd book and I read it like in November for the readathon, I was
Yeah.
like, oh, I need to like get the next one. I think it came out in October, something like that, around that
Yeah.
time, like this fall
This
for sure.
October. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I need to get the next one because I'm terrible with series, so I have to like buy the next book right away because otherwise I will forget about it and like not get it and like not continue it. But this one, I'm like, okay, I really need to like make it a priority because I really liked the first 2 books. So yeah, I need to make that happen soon.
It's so good. Oh,
Yeah, everyone
honestly,
loved it. So
yeah. It's like and the world is like more expansive. There's like more politics, and there's also more like LGBTQ representation. So she's gotten
Yeah,
like hate from like more conservative people, but it's so interesting to see how she's like tackling it in the story itself.
I'm excited to read it.
It's so good. Now I want to reread all the books instead of reading the. Oh, I literally have a stack of books beside me, and I don't know what to pick for after, but it's fine.
At least you
I
have
mean,
options.
I have too many. Like I'm looking at my book cart, and I'm like, oh, I have so many books to read. It's a little insane.
Yeah. I also have like a massive physical TBR, but you know what? I'm like taking it slow. One day I'll get to them all. It's fine.
It would be if I stopped buying books, like, but I'm doing good this year with like my book buying rule, but like I unhaul books and put the same amount back on my shelf, so it's pointless. Oh. So, do we want to do another sprint? I don't know how people feel about it in the chat as well. If you guys have any preferences for like time, I need to stop that stupid banner that's been going.
I didn't even notice that it was still going on for me. Like, no,
It's
like
like
it's
10
there.
minutes
It's the
later,
thing
it's
now.
still going. Oh God. I don't know if 20, 25, 30, whatever you want. I don't really.
I don't really
I'm trying
mind.
to like think about how many, like how much time I would need to like finish, but I don't
Yeah,
think I have enough of one sprint, so it doesn't really matter one way or the other.
I don't mind. Personally, yeah, it could be 20, 25, could be less too. Like if you want to finish it, you could just do like a quick sprint. I don't mind.
I really don't mind. It's more like, oh wait, this is yeah, I still have a we could do I don't know, like was 25 too long?
For me, it worked, but I don't know, like if you would rather do something shorter or longer. I don't mind.
I feel
For
like
me,
25
25
is a
minutes was
good.
soft
Okay.
spot. It was perfect.
Okay, so
So we're doing another 25.
yeah,
Perfect.
perfect. So I think we'll settle with 25 for this sprint, and then if you guys want something else, then let us know.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna write it. So at 37, we'll come back together.
All right. Happy reading.
Hello, everyone. How was your reading? Let us know in the chat. I'm getting to the good part of my book.
Yeah,
Yep.
I read
It's like,
30 pages, so it's not
dang,
bad.
that's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm reading this really quickly. I don't know how, but it's good.
I feel like you're such a fast reader with the amount of books you read and how fast you read. I'm impressed.
Yeah. Well, I've always been like a fast reader, and I think like that helps with like the crazy amount of books that I try to read in a year. Like I think this year I'm trying to read 150. So, but I know I might be able to reach it because I read really quickly. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
100. I wish I never got to 100 books a year. So props on you for. Glad you're enjoying your read. Yes, I am reading Malamander, and it's by Thomas Taylor. It's essentially a middle grade novel, and it's kind of inspired by folklore where there's said to be this man that's like half fish, half human, and he lays some eggs, and those eggs have magical powers, and then it's kind of like everybody's corrupt and trying to get to the eggs, and so the kids are trying to like help stop it. It's more than that, but that's essentially what the book is about.
Cool.
Oh, we were just talking about the series before.
Yeah, A Sky Beyond the Storm. That's the last
Are
book in
you
the Ember and the Ashes. Yeah.
are you liking it? Like 65% of the way through, I feel like you have a good opinion on if you're liking it or not.
Yeah, if you're more than halfway, I guess you can probably have a good idea of where you're going to
Yeah.
rate it in the end.
Especially like you've read 3 books before that and you're getting
Yeah.
so close to the end. Oh, I hate those moments. They always make me so emotional.
Yeah. Parting with a series is like hard. When you're done reading it, it's like, wow, okay, now
Like,
what?
what do I do now? I'm loving how everybody's reading different books.
It's cool seeing like what everyone is reading.
Yeah.
I love the way when people are reading. It gives me ideas of what to read next.
And how like I don't know, like I feel like the people I watch on BookTube are like so similar in what they read, so it's fun to see like other people's opinions on books because I feel like when you follow like a gang of people, then
They all read the same stuff. Yeah. But I am trying to like follow people who read differently than I am because sometimes I find like recommendations that I probably wouldn't have picked up on my own, but like they talk about it and they seem so excited about it. And I'm like, maybe I'll like this one. And yeah, so I like to, I get to
But I
follow
feel
different gangs too.
it's hard though because I feel like
Yeah.
the algorithm on YouTube is always
Oh,
going to suggest like the same
yeah.
thing, you know?
Mm.
Ooh, yes, I heard the author of that series is also very brutal when it comes to like killing off characters. Like
Yes.
I feel like she's just like left and right killing off people, so it must be a stressful read. Ooh, yes. Is that the book I tried to wait a minute? I feel like I tried to read that one in my last 24-hour readathon and I read like 20 pages and I was so confused I had to put it down.
Well, I have it on my shelf. I think like the audiobook is supposed to be amazing, so I kind of wanted to like listen to the audiobook and read it alongside it because it is by Jake Kristoff and Amy Kaufman, right? The ones
Yeah.
who wrote Edmund, yeah. And
Yeah.
that one was a little bit confusing at first too, so I'm thinking the audiobook would probably help.
It's
Yeah,
this one.
exactly.
Yeah, the audiobook is probably good, but like I don't know, maybe it's because I'm not used to like reading sci-fi, but every time I
Mm.
would pick it up, I was like, I don't understand half the words on this page, and I felt so stupid, so I put it down. Oh,
Huh. I don't know about this
oh.
guy. I've never heard of it, but nonfiction is something I'm trying to read more of, so maybe I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, I'm not well versed in nonfiction.
Yeah, and I feel like I don't follow a lot of people who would recommend me nonfiction books, so I do like I don't know. I don't know how to find the recommendations. I guess of things I
And
would
I
be
feel like
interested in.
everyone who pops up on YouTube when you look for nonfiction, it's always self-help books. But like that's
Yeah,
all they're like that's what everyone talks about. So it's like annoying when you like there's
yeah,
good nonfiction about other things, you know?
Yeah, there's so many topics. I mean, mm.
It is kind of confusing at first. It's making me feel a little bit better because, and it was like one of my friends, I like sent a picture of my bookshelf and I was like, what should I read? And they picked that. And then I felt super bad for like not
Yeah.
reading the book when I was reading it. And I was like, I feel like the dumbest person alive.
Maybe it gets better after a couple, like, if you had pushed through a little bit, maybe it would have gotten better. But if it's confusing, sometimes you don't want to carry
Especially
on
like
reading.
in a readathon, because like I'm like I
Yeah.
don't have all the time in the world to just spend on one book. So
Mm. Yeah. It has to be like a quick read because otherwise, like I don't know, I guess you don't read as much and like you
yeah,
can get kind of slumpy. Like I try to pick like short books or things I know I will be reading quickly. Like this one is
yeah,
a
because
big
I was gonna say
it's
this
very
is not
quick.
that short. Is it? How long is that book?
Which one?
The A Curse So Dark and Lonely.
Ah, I have
I'm
it
trying to
here.
find.
It's like 474, 5 pages. I know. Wait,
Yeah,
77. So it's nearly 500 pages, which is why I was like, I'm gonna keep it on the back burner. But then my Instagram people pick this one for me, so I guess this is what I'm reading.
I
I
think
do have
I'm
an
one of those
option.
people. I voted for Belle, so
But it's honestly quite easy to read so far. Like I'm 130 pages in, and I read for maybe like we have been reading for like what an hour and a half, maybe two.
yeah.
And I read for like about 15 minutes last night, so a lot quicker than I thought.
Yeah, the pacing of the book is really what keeps you going.
Yeah, the short
I
chapters
feel like
help.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I feel like the chapters are very short with that one.
Yeah, like
So
under 10 pages, I'd say per chapter. So it's pretty good.
yeah, 'cause
I hate
what
when
was
books
I?
have like super long chapters because even if the book is like 300 pages, if the chapter is like 25 pages and more, I just feel like I'm like making my way so slowly through it. Like I much rather just
Yeah,
read shorter chapters.
and you lose the like motivation. Oh, I'll read one more chapter, and then oh, like I'll
Yeah.
just. It's not
Yeah.
as. Oh yes, you know in your vlog, did you finish Anxious People? That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
No, I'm still like 60 pages and I haven't made any more progress with it.
Because I finished it the other day, and
Yeah.
I remembered like you gotta push through. Like the book is amazing.
Okay. Okay.
I like.
If you tell me that it's good, because I've heard like I think it was Heather from Bookables who said like the first 100 pages are really hard to get through, but once you reach that point, like it's a lot better. Like it picks up, and you get like really invested in the story. So I just need to carry
I
on.
was
I think.
a mess at the end of that book. Like I had chills all over my body. I sobbed like a baby. I was just. But the first 60 pages, I was like, "What the heck am I reading? Like, what is
Yeah,
the
I'm
point
reading
of
this
this
and I'm
book?"
like, what is happening? I don't like. I wasn't getting the hype. I was reading and I was like, okay, but I don't know. Is it normal that I'm not enjoying this? I don't know.
Yeah, it completely changes after like a certain point. I feel like it gets so good. So don't lose hope if you're
I'll pick it up
so.
again after this 24-hour readathon.
Oh, so many books, so little time.
And I feel like I'm in the middle of so many things at the moment. Like I had like 6 books on my currently reading stuff on Goodreads, and like in the past couple of weeks, I've been trying to finish stuff up because like I was in the middle of so many things. Now it's
Six.
better,
I
but
had
yeah,
3 books going on, and I was overwhelmed because usually I read one and I finish it and I go
yeah,
on to it. Like I don't read multiple books, but
right. Sorry
somehow
that
I
you
got
did.
stuck in the middle of so many, and I'm like, I need to like figure this out. But then I started more books because of the readathon, and now I'm just.
Yeah, and sometimes I'm like filming special vlogs or stuff like that, or participating in things, and so I will start specific TBRs, and like I'm in the middle of something, but I'm like, oh, I'll get back to it after I'm done with this video or this readathon, and I never get back to them. So I
Yeah.
hope I will get back to Anxious People at some point because I feel like if I wait, I will not want to read it again. So I have to like carry on when I still have the momentum, you know?
Because I started it in January. I read 60 pages, never picked it back up. And then the other day I was like, you need to like either DNF it or read it, like choose something. And then I read it in like 2 days. I was super invested.
Yeah, I want to finish it because it was a gift from one of my friends. So I really want to like read it so that I can talk to her about it because she's the one who gifted it to me. And I would feel bad like saying, oh, this was crap. I don't like it.
I hate your gift. Oh. That's the thing, with gifted books. Like you're crossing your fingers you're gonna like it, because if you
Yeah,
don't, like, I'm not gonna give it away, because like it was a gift to me. But then,
yeah, I get that. That's why, like, when I purchase books for people, I try to pick books that I think they might like, or sometimes, like, even if it's something that I didn't enjoy, if I think they would, like, I would still give it to them. But I do try to pick like books that I have really loved because I think like
yeah,
that shows kind of like who you are as a person and like, hey, here's a book that I like. Hope you like it too. Like, it's like putting your heart on something. Like,
I'm just hoping you're gonna like it.
okay.
Oh, but it makes me feel better though to know that I'm not stupid for not understanding Aurora Rising from the beginning, because I really felt dumb when I uploaded that vlog. I was like, people are gonna think I'm like so stupid. Oh,
But I think the Illuminate files was also really confusing at first. Like I remember reading the first like couple of pages and I was so confused because you are like smack dab in the middle of the action and you're like, what is going on? I remember
yeah,
being
and
like, what is happening? I don't know.
because I didn't really, I think I read like the first half of the Illuminate files and then I just quit on that. It wasn't like I didn't like the formatting. But
Yeah.
then I have a hard time with stories that are just like, I'm not going to explain anything. I'm just going to throw you in and you'll figure it out later. But then I feel like I missed a part of the story trying to figure
Mm,
out what was happening, So it's a little
yeah.
annoying. Were you down for another sprint? Are you done for the day? Are you good?
I'm down for another sprint. If
Okay.
you have time,
I don't
yeah, sure.
okay. I don't know how long. Was 25 minutes good? Did you want more or less? People in the chat, let us know as well if you have any
24
preferences.
good for me, but we could do something more or less if people are wanting to
Like,
do
I don't know
something.
how far people are into your books. Like, it's annoying if you have like 5 pages left and then the sprint ends. So, like,
Yeah, I still have a
like
big chunk of the book to read, so we're good.
I should probably finish in the next sprint, I think.
Yeah, I think you were saying that you didn't have much left. Yeah.
I'm very close to the end, but who knows? Okay, so we can go for another 25. I think it's a good balance of both.
Yeah, works for me. Oh,
Oh,
someone.
someone said 30. We can do 30 if you guys want. I don't mind.
Yeah, works for me too.
30 works for everybody. Okay. Okay. So I'll set it up and we'll say we sprint for 30.
Perfect.
Um, how's that a good spring?
I'm sorry. I can hear you. Is this my AirPods? That could be it. I see your mouse moving, but I can't. Maybe it's me. Let's see.
Hello? Hello? No? Can you hear me? Ah, what the heck? Hello?
Hi.
I figured it out. Oh, that was because my AirPods died and then I didn't change the setting on my live and it wouldn't just like automatically change like Zoom does. I
It
didn't know.
happened to me earlier on too. I like had to go into the settings and make sure like that if I went back on, like it would be fine.
It's so annoying. And
Yeah.
apparently I sound
I was hearing like things exactly like a robot thing. It was so weird. I was like, is it me? Is it my AirPods? That could be it.
Oopsies. Sorry about that. So my original question was, how was the sprint? But then
well, personally, I read quite a bit. I read about 32 pages, so good once again.
Dang. I finished my book.
Yeah, that's why I saw you switch to something else, right?
Yeah, I picked this one up.
I
was able to read like one chapter because I had to go bring out my bunnies. So a little less reading time, but how are you guys doing in the chat? Did we finish books? Are we getting closer? I know someone only had 75 pages left, so I'm guessing we're getting close to the end. I almost poked my eye. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna like this. From the little bit that I read though, I think I'm gonna it looks funny, like really, really funny. So
I was laughing out loud like several times while I read this, so yeah. Personally, I found it very funny.
Already there, like you can feel the like hatred that the main character has towards the other guy, and I'm like, I love it already. Oh, I hope I love it though. If I'm disappointed, I'm gonna be so sad. It's like one of my most anticipated reads of the year, so I think my expectations may be a little too high.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes. Like when you have anticipated releases, you're building expectations up, so sometimes it can be a little bit disappointing. Like I know actor Eve Brown is coming out soon, and that one I'm like, I've heard amazing things about it. Apparently, it's the best one in the series, and I'm so afraid that it's not going to live up to the hype.
I know, because everybody's been like, "Oh, it's my favorite. Eve is the best sister," and I'm like, "Is it real? Like, are we really going there with the statements?" Like,
yeah.
I'm so excited for that one though. I pre-ordered that one, even though it goes against my book buying ban. I don't care. I need it as soon as possible.
ASAP.
I was gonna wait till my birthday because my birthday's like in the same month, but I'm like, nah, screw it. Like,
I need
to know I'm getting it. I definitely do think I'm gonna try it again. Maybe audio though. Like I don't know if I should like try the audiobook instead of the
I've heard it's a full cast, so if that's something you like,
Ooh.
um, personally, I love it when it's a full cast of characters because I just feel like I really get in the story. But yeah, that's what I've heard. But I haven't read it, so I can't really speak on it.
Because
But
I love I don't know if you've tried the Sleeping Giants
no, but that's
audiobook.
on my list. Like I've heard great things about that one. That since I like the Illuminate Files, I've heard that like they're kind of similar in the format and like the vibe that they give off. So I kind of want to try that one too.
Best audiobook I've ever listened to, and the author's Canadian, if I'm not mistaken too. So it's like
Yeah, right.
extra. I
Encouraging people from here.
I love his writing too. Like I don't know if you like he has a novella called The Test. I don't know if
Oh,
you've
I've
read
heard of
that.
that. Yeah, yeah.
It
Apparently,
was
it's super weird.
oh yeah, really weird, but I loved it. It makes you think of so many things, and I love those kinds of books. Like it was so unexpected, but I loved it.
Huh, I'll have to check that out.
How much long? I'm gonna be here for a while. I mean, he's free to go whenever. I'm not holding anyone hostage, but I'm gonna be here for a while because all I'm gonna do anyways is read today. So I should probably be sprinting for a good amount of time. So
Yeah, I might leave in a bit for lunch, but like in a bit, we have time,
no stress.
and I'll come back and watch though for sure.
uh, 44 pages. Ooh, getting close to the end. See, I was
That's a
interrupting my
lot.
pets, not kids, but I guess kids might be a little bit harder to read when they're around. The joys of not living alone. I mean, it's good during a pandemic and like you love your kids, but your you time is so limited.
Yeah. Mm.
Who's your favorite, Ren or the other? Oh, what's the other character's
So
name?
Gray?
Yes. Which one do you like best?
I don't know so far because we don't really have any chapters from Gray's perspective so far. Like I think I've had maybe one.
Oh,
Have I had one? I don't even know. So like so far we don't really. I don't know. I feel like since I only read from two characters' perspective and not like all three, it's hard for me to say which one I prefer. Right off the bat, I think I would say Gray, but it's kind of hard to say because I haven't really read from his perspective. So I do like all of them, but I just don't really know how I feel exactly yet.
I'm still undecided. I keep thinking about that book and I still don't know, but I think that the second book you follow Gray a lot more. So I think like you can
Yeah,
form
because
a
so far it's only Ren and Harper, so you don't really get the third perspective, but he's always there. So obviously you like see him interact with other people, but you just don't read from his point of view. So I'm excited to see where it goes.
because I feel like that was a whole thing because I was on they called it like the curse breakers team where you get like newsletters and everything and everyone was
Okay.
like picking sides and I'm like I don't know how to pick a side. They're both like so fun to read about.
Yeah, they're very different too, so that makes it interesting.
I really need to reread them. Oh. But like I had a paperback version that I annotated and I think I lost it when I moved. So now I
Oh
have to like,
no.
re-annotate the entire thing. And it makes me it takes a long time to annotate books too, so
Yeah, I don't really do that. Personally, just that I read so fast that I don't really take the time to like write out my thoughts. Sometimes I'll wait on Goodreads. I'll take a break and I'll update on Goodreads, but it's not the same. So yeah, I don't really do that, but I can see how it could be interesting to reread the book and see your annotations afterwards. Like see what you thought at the time, because it's always, I guess, when you read a book, you always get like different feelings, or you get back into it and you're like, oh my god, I had forgotten about that.
yeah, even like as we all know by now, this is like my favorite book ever, and I annotated it, but like every time I reread it, and now I know who in this book Jack the Ripper is, when I find clues, I tab them. So like I have fun seeing what I missed every time I'm rereading the book.
Yeah, that might be interesting, especially with a thriller like that where you don't really know how it's going to end.
But like most people don't reread a book, like a mystery book. Like I'm not inclined to reread it.
Yeah, no,
I
exactly.
just like
Well,
it's
if it's your favorite series, you might like with this one. I feel like you might want to reread it, but you're right with a thriller. It's rather you want to reread it because you already know how it ends, right? So, it's like, what's the
I've
point?
reread this like 4 times and I still haven't read the last book. I don't. I hate myself sometimes. I'm so. But I'm so scared. Like the third book, there's a love triangle in there, and I waited for 2 years to read it because I was like, I can't emotionally take the idea of there being a love triangle in the third.
Oh.
So sad. Did we want one more reading sprint and then you can go for lunch, or did you want to leave? It's up to you.
I can do one more. I mean, it's only 11:30. So
I don't know. It's just like I don't know when you eat. I don't.
it'll depend. I guess my mom and my dad are upstairs, and I'm guessing like we're probably gonna make something, but I don't exactly know when they're gonna want to eat. So we'll see.
The joy of living with your parents, I miss it so
Oh,
many times.
yeah. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes there's like moments where I'm like, oh, I kind of want to move out now. But especially like during this
Oh,
pandemic, we're all at home, so obviously like we get to be together a lot more than we used to.
that's a polite way of saying sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. Yeah, I was like that though when I moved out, and then I realized how comfortable you are at home, and I'm like, sometimes I just want to stop being an adult and move back with my parents.
Adulting is hard.
It is. It's not fun. I
No,
don't like being an adult.
especially like all of the responsibilities that you wouldn't see as a kid or someone like who's being taken care of. Like there's so many things that I just don't understand. Like with my car, for example, I'm like, how do I do this? Like, Dad, you have to help me because I don't understand.
The
Oh,
other day, my car is like parked, and I live in a Sackna. It's like there's
yeah.
no one else around, and someone hit my car when it was parked,
What?
and they left their phone number and nothing else. And I was like, "What the heck am I supposed to do?" When I called my dad, I'm like, "Dad, I don't know what I'm doing." Oh, it's so every time something goes wrong with my car or anything, I call my parents. I'm like, I don't know how to adult. Like, what am
How
I
do I
doing?
do this?
Ugh. At least my car didn't have anything like bad with it. We just need to change like a little thing, but I was scared like because my bumper was like loose. I was like, oh,
Okay.
that's not fun.
No, especially when you didn't do anything wrong. Like you were parked and someone hit your
And like
car.
it's not even like parked in the way of things. Like it's just like literally there's nothing there. It's just driveways and little like apartments or homes. And I'm like, how can you back up into my like how? And the guy's like, oh, there was ice. I slid like my car just slid. I'm like, how fast were you driving? It's like there's kids everywhere. Were you driving at 50 kilometers an hour? Like, what are you doing?
I
I was
remember one time with my mom, we were getting out of like the house in the car, and as we were like getting out of the out of our street, I guess we saw a car backing out of like its driveway, and it hit another car on the street. But like the person driving the car did not even stop and like continued as if nothing had happened. But we had clearly seen the person like hit the car, and there was this man walking on the sidewalk, and he ran after the car and was like, "Hey, you hit that car over there!" And that person never realized it. I was like, "What?" I would be so pissed. Like if my car is parked in the street or whatever, and like someone hits it and
but,
doesn't
like,
even
how do
like,
you not like you clearly felt something, you know what I mean? Like when
yeah.
a car
I
hits
was
you
like,
or
"Oh
you hit a
my
car, like
god!" Like, yeah, it was like incredible. Like I had never seen like I guess like someone hit another car while I was in my car. I was like, "What is happening?"
and I feel
It's
like
crazy.
sometimes it's for the stupidest reason. Like the first car crash I got in, it's like when you drove to my school, there's like 2 stop signs, and the guy was just like, "Screw it, I'm not stopping," but I was in front of him doing my stop, and he just, like, let his car hit me. I was like, there's, like, 3 stop signs, like, how did you not see any of them?" He's like, "Ugh," and, like, his whole bumper flew.
Oh my god.
My car didn't have a scratch, though, so that was nice, but, like, oh, that's so offended at, like, I get accidents happen, but, like,
Yeah,
go to ugh, parking lot, there's stop signs, like, what are you
some people are stupid. Some people should not be
indeed.
driving cars.
Okay, so how long do we wanna sprint for?
I don't care. 25, 30.
Do you
What do
guys in
people
the
want?
chat have any preferences? I know someone has, like, 44 pages, like, how long do you
How long
need
do you
to
think?
finish
Yeah.
it? So many questions.
Let us know.
I'm just like staring at my computer in case something happens.
Something pops up.
Hello. Watch everyone unsubscribe from my channel. The risk of being live, eh? Let's go 30. Okay.
Works for me.
30 is good for everyone. Yes. Good. At least I'm not talking alone.
All right.
So till 05. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm always scared of like startling people. How was everyone's reading?
Personally, I reached the 200-page mark, so it's going well.
Woo! Good job.
I wasn't expecting to read as much. Like, honestly, I don't know. I didn't think I would read so much of it during this live.
Very good progress on your part.
What about you?
Let me see. I am 55 pages in now. So I read like 3.5 chapters, I think, during the spring,
Okay.
so it's not too bad.
Oh, not bad.
This book is hilarious. Oh my god.
Right?
There's just like so many little side comments and like as flaky as a hot pocket, and it just made me laugh. I'm getting tired though. My eyes are like, ugh.
I've been yawning a little bit too. I was like, okay, no.
Sitting in the same spot and like reading for hours will, we've been on for over 3 hours.
I can't believe that.
Time flies, eh?
Right.
So I think that could have been like our last reading sprint. I think, 3 hours is a pretty long time.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be on for so long.
I mean, it feels like it's shorter though, because like the increments are so like you just kind of keep going, so it's not too bad. I need food in my body now.
My stomach is like grumbling, and I'm like, oh my god, thank God I was on mute for most of it because I might have been able to hear it.
So I feel like it would be a good place to end. I might do some more lives this afternoon. I don't know, I'll see, but I feel like most people at this time will probably out for lunch. Ooh, yes, we like that motivate. What are you reading? Let us know, because it's always fun to like. I think I could finish at least this one too before the end of my 24-hour read.
Oh, sure. I'm sure you can, because it's like I said before, it's a quick read. Like personally, I really flew through it, so I think you might be able to as well finish it today.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. That's the last book in the Puppy War trilogy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it any good? I have the Poppy War and I've been wanting to pick it up, but I feel like I'm gonna be an emotional mess if I read that one.
I'm kind of scared to read it because it's high fantasy, and I don't really read a lot of high fantasy, but I've heard so many amazing things about it that I kind of want to give it a try because
I know it sounds like on Twitter, anything like it's always the Poppy War is always in my feed. Yeah. Oh, so you're getting close to the end of the last book? Nice. See, now I'm motivated to read again. When I see people getting so close to their goals, I'm like, woo! Now I feel like I've just made an entire TBR based on what people have been reading during these sprints.
The past 3 years since I've been on BookTube, my entire like shopping habits when it comes to books have been because I've heard people recommend stuff. So,
and I mean, most of the time, I feel like I'm not so disappointed. It only happens like once in a while that like someone's like hyping up a book, and I'm like,
why? Yeah, it happens.
It's one of my favorite. Ooh, nice. I feel like a lot of people say it's like a really strong finish to the series too. So like, not a lot of people are disappointed. So that's good.
Yeah, a strong trilogy.
And I believe the author is like in college or something. Like she's super young.
I know, right? When I found that out, I was like, how? She's like younger than I am, and she has written like a whole ass trilogy.
And like they're not small books. Like they're like in
big,
content and in size. They're like very. I struggle to like have clean laundry and like keep on. How would I write a whole? And it's like what the author of These Violent Delights.
Yeah, exactly what I was gonna say. Chloe Gong. She's also in college, right? I don't get how someone can write a whole like book while going to school.
And like they're actually like traditionally published, and they're like on the New York Times.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy.
props to them because I honestly wouldn't be able to do it.
I feel like that's a book I'm really interested in, like these Violent Delights. I feel like it's
Right. Yeah.
kind of like fantasy, but something I could like be comfortable with reading without feeling too much like out of my element because it's still based on, I think it's Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah. And it's set in like Shanghai in like the 1920s, I think. Like I
That
was
sounds
super
so
interested in the
cool.
whole setting aspect of it. Like I really want to read that one.
Like I feel like some people are disappointed, but most people are really
Yeah,
happy with that one.
most reviews are positive.
And did you see the cover for the second book?
I think I did. I don't remember.
So pretty.
I think I might have seen it because I think it was like released ahead of time. Like there was a mistake on Goodreads, and like people like put the cover up on like the book thing,
Oh.
and the author was like, not supposed to happen.
Oh
It
no,
was like a
that's so
glitch or
sad.
something. But yeah, I've seen it. It's really pretty. Like these books, like the two books are so pretty. Like the cover this year, like oh my god,
I know. So many pretty covers.
not good for my wallet. I want to buy everything.
I just made like a bunch of lists for like books that are releasing soon, and I'm like, damn. Like, I feel like March, April, and May
Yeah,
are like
usually they're
killer.
like the peak in publishing for me because like a lot of YA contemporaries and like romances are going to be releasing during that time, and I feel like the fantasy and stuff is usually during the fall,
Yeah.
so I don't buy as many. But the spring is intense. Like every week there's like a new book that I want to read, and I'm like,
No.
okay.
Usually, like if there's one a month I find interesting, I'm like, oh, it's chill. But since the
Yeah,
beginning of 2021, I feel like every month there's something else, and I'm like, oh,
yeah,
I'm gonna read everything.
we've had really amazing new releases this year.
Yeah.
I haven't read them all, obviously, but I'm interested in a lot of them.
I know my list keeps getting longer.
Yeah.
I'm like conflicted. Do I? Because I feel like I should keep reading because I'm like in the, like they're getting on the boat.
Oh, the interesting parts begin.
I'm like, oh, I can't stop now. This book reminds me of a movie, and I can't find the title of it. You know the movie with this girl who works at this firm, and she's crushing on her boss, and then the boss meets her sister and falls in love with her sister.
I feel like I know this. I just don't know
It's
what
like
it
a
is.
very like well-known movie.
I feel like I'm picturing it, but I can't put a title or like
And then
anything
at
on
the
it.
end, he's like, "Oh, like I should have given you a chance," and she's like, "Nope." Oh, what is the name of the movie? I've been trying to figure it out ever since her sister was introduced into this book. Because I feel like that's where it's going. I don't know, and don't tell me because you've read the book, but like
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna spoil it.
there's something fishy here. Ugh. I am tired.
I feel like
I
I've
don't
been sitting
know
for so long.
what.
I feel like I've been sitting for so long. I'm like sore.
And we've been technically talking for longer than 3 hours because we had like the
Yeah.
pre-live, so I mean it's already noon. I slept for 4 hours. What am I doing? And I've only finished one book.
Well, it's better than I did. Like so far, I'm only halfway through one. So
Yeah, but I mean you've read like the book is like 2 times the
yeah,
size
yeah.
of mine, but like it's
Honestly, the book
only
is quite the.
So I don't know if anyone in the chat is still down for reading sprints. Let me know because I can stay. You don't have to, obviously, but I might like stick around if. Is that the one?
That might be it.
I don't
No,
know.
not yet. Well, the storyline is similar with like the sister and everything, so that might be the one. I feel
Yes,
like it might be
the
it.
one. It is the one. Thank you. Oh, it's been bugging me ever since I started the book. Oh, thank you. Yes, it is indeed the movie I was looking for. I really feel like it's a similar plot. So if you like that movie, I feel like at least where it's going now, like the descriptions that the sister is like super pretty and blah blah blah, and she's going on the ship. I'm like,
Yeah, There's similarities, I would say.
And that's okay. I've been struggling this month as well for reading. I feel like I'm in a slump.
That happened to me in January. Like the first 2 weeks were okay, but like the second half of the month, I read like nothing. I was watching TV and I just didn't want to pick up a book. So yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I read like 7 books in 1 week in January, and I didn't read anything for like 3 weeks. Afterwards, I
That's
was
what
like,
happened to me in December. I did like this 7 books in 7 days challenge, and after that, I feel like I've been slumpy. So I kind of regretted it afterwards, but at the same time, like I was glad to have done it because I did read like a lot of great books that week. But it's not a good idea to repeat that challenge often because I feel like every time I do it afterwards, I'm like in a reading slump because I just
yeah,
have read so much that I just don't want to consume books.
I feel like that kind of this month too. I think I finished 4 books, but like they're all like pretty small, like 200, 300-page books, and usually I would have done so much more by the. It doesn't really matter. All I'm thinking about is my Goodreads goal. I'm like, ah.
I'm behind at this point. Like I was so behind in January because I had like the massive reading slump, and I think I was 6 books behind, but I started catching up, and I think I'm only 2 behind right
Oh,
now.
that's
It's
not
not
bad.
that bad, but I keep like thinking that I will catch up to it, and like there's always a new book that gets added like to the schedule. I guess like to be back on track, I need to read more
Yeah.
than yeah. So
It's like with a goal as big as yours, if you're not on it from like day one, you fall behind and it's like a lost cause.
yeah, I'm screwed basically.
Well, I mean, even if like you don't exactly hit 150, I mean,
No, I would still be happy. It's just that in 2020, I read 142, so I thought 150 wasn't pushing it that hard.
142? What the
Yeah,
heck?
I don't know how I did it. I honestly don't know.
Like, I know the pandemic gave us time, but not that much time.
Yeah, no, for me, it didn't make that big a difference. Like, kind of because I was commuting before, so I was reading on like the bus or whatever. But now I was at home, so I was basically reading still. Like, it didn't really change anything for me. But
Holy.
there was this month in I think it was in July where I read like 17 books. I don't know how that happened. It was like I was working full time. I don't
What the heck?
I honestly cannot even like tell you how I did it because I don't know. Like it just happened.
Dang. I feel like 12 books is a very common Goodreads goal, like 1 book a month.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
Like it's feasible and realistic. So
Like I always
I
do
like it.
52 because I'm like 1 book a week, even if
Yeah.
some weeks I don't read and then it'll average out on some other weeks. But I feel like, especially you seem to be reading bigger books than like The Burning God isn't like a super small book.
Yeah, it
So,
would take a while to read, I think.
yeah. Meanwhile, I read 200-page romance books, so it's basically like not reading anything at all. Because I read what is it? The other Mimi Grace book I had because you gave me one, but I had this
Yeah.
one too. And
Oh
it's
yeah, I've heard great things about that one.
like the tiniest book. It was good though. I liked it.
Yeah. Cool.
But a lot of people seem to not be such big fans. I know Mina from Mina Reads DNF'd it. So
Okay.
varying opinions.
Well, I did like her first book, which was Along for the Ride. So I'm guessing I might like this one as well, but I don't know. I haven't read it yet.
I feel like that probably impacted. Like I know people on Instagram who like give themselves their commute time and just read on the couch before they actually start their day now because they've lost so much. Like they
Yeah,
use their time differently now that they don't have like.
the
I have a
commute.
long commute to work, but I have to drive, and I don't have anything to listen to audiobooks, so
Uh,
I lose so much time when I do work. It's
yeah,
like
when I
an
was
hour away.
commuting. Yeah, sorry, I kind of interrupted you.
No, go ahead.
No, but what I was gonna say is that when I was commuting, I used to like I had like an hour long commute to go to work and to come back, and it was like on the bus, so like it didn't have anything to do. So I was just gonna like read most of the time, like audiobooks or physical books. But yeah, but now like my new job is legit like 5 minutes away from my house. So,
Oh,
well, I do work from home, but I mean, if I were to go to the office, it would be like 5 minutes away from where I live. So I would probably not be able to read as much anymore. But
but at least you have like less. Like I hate commuting. Like when I had to actually go to school, I had to drive, park my car, walk to the metro, take the metro, walk to class. It
uh,
took like, and I moved to be closer to school, and it was still far. Now I'm here for no reason because I do school on my computer, so I could have stayed
yeah.
back home. But we're not gonna think about that too much because I'm gonna cry. But yes, commutes definitely do have an impact on reading time for sure. I can't read though when I'm like commuting. Like even like if I could actually read, even if I'm in a car or whatever, I get motion sickness when I open a book.
For me, it depends. Like, I used to get it. Well, I used to not have motion sickness, and then when I started riding the bus, like for a longer period of time, that's when I started to get motion sickness. So that's why I listen to a lot of audiobooks, because like they help me like stay focused and not having to like physically read something.
I'm struggling though to find a good like app for audiobooks because I don't have like a library app that I can use because like all the
Yeah,
books are in French. So I'm like, I'm
yeah,
not going to
same.
listen to French audiobooks. And then Scrib limits you so quickly, and I'm not going to pay like $14 a month for one audiobook. So it's like such a
Yeah. Well, I used to be on Audible. Now I don't really use it anymore because I don't really listen to audiobooks that much since I'm like from home all the time. But yeah, I don't really know.
like
I
everyone.
use Scribd for I used to use Scribd for a while, but like you said, it's so limiting that like it kept buffering. Like I would start an audiobook and then it would like skip chapters and like go back, and I was like, what's
Me.
happening? Yeah,
And
not
like
fun.
they say like they limit after like three popular audiobooks, but I'd listened to one and then all my choices were gone. I'm like, this is like it's the same
Yeah,
thing as Audible. Like, why are you marketing it as like
unlimited. Yeah.
I have beef with Scribd. I hate it.
I also don't like Scribd.
But it just sucks that like libraries aren't like as accessible because I would use my library, but none of them are English. Like
Yeah,
around me, like none of them are. So when I hear like US booktubers are like, use Libby, I'm like, I can't use Libby. Like it doesn't exist outside the US.
yeah, that makes it difficult.
The struggles. Yeah. It's nice to like go for a little walk in the snow, but maybe not like walking to work, you know? I feel that. Audible, I just think it's expensive. Like $14 a month for Audible. I mean, it may be depending if you're in the US, it might not be as expensive, but like I don't know.
Oh my god, okay, my AirPods like lost so sorry. I was like, I'm muted? How?
I'm like, I
I'm
can't
so
hear
sorry.
you.
What I was saying is that Audible went up, I think. Like I think it's $16 now.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah.
It's like Netflix. It keeps going up.
Oh, I know, right? And I'm like, I can't really like stop because I know I'm paying for it, but like my parents and my sister also use it, so yeah.
Same. It's like if I cut it, my parents are gonna be like, "What happened?" I pay for Netflix, Disney, and I have Amazon Prime, so they use all my streaming devices, and I'm like, I can't stop because they're using them. So annoying.
I have Disney and Netflix, and I wanted to get Amazon, but I was like, am I really gonna use it? Like, I don't really use Netflix and Disney all that much. Like, I use it sometimes. I get into like moods where I just want to like watch Netflix or
Yeah.
like Disney, but I was like, am I really gonna pay for another streaming service? Like, am I really gonna use it? That's yeah.
I mean, it's useful for me because I use it for Prime, and because I'm a student, it's literally $3 a month. So I'm like, it's not like a big deal. No, I've never thought of like actually.
Yeah, that was my tip too. Like when I was reading on the bus, I had to like really focus on the book, and having the audiobook and listening to the audiobook and reading really helped me because sometimes like if I saw outside of the window, that's when I would get motion sickness. So like
Yeah,
really for that, I focus on the page. It really helped.
because when I put my head down, I feel like that's when the pressure, or I don't know what, it makes me nauseous. Like even if I'm sometimes just like my mom has a car, and when I sit in the back of the car, I feel nauseous instantly. Like if I'm not driving, I feel like queasy. It's really weird.
Okay, yeah. My dad has the same thing, so I'm used to it.
And it is very expensive. Everything's more expensive in Canada as well, so.
Yeah.
And we're both from Quebec, Canada. Hello, our little nook of the world. I found another booktuber from Quebec recently, and I was like shook.
Who is it?
What's her channel? I think it's like Read with Andy.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I know there's a Sarah. I think. What's her name?
Really?
Sarah Laflamme. Isn't that her name? I don't know if that's the name of her channel though. But she's also from Quebec.
Because I feel like a lot of people from Quebec are doing booktube in French.
Yeah, but no, this one's she speaks English.
Oh.
I think I watched one of her videos. I just don't remember like the name of her channel. I don't know if it's like her name or if that's something else. But yeah, there's a couple.
I feel like it's hard to find people from like our area, you know?
Yeah, and like you said, if they're doing it in French. So sometimes it's a little bit.
Yeah. Like when people talk to me about books in French, I'm like, I don't know. I don't care. That's the bad thing. And because of my high school experiences of like forcing me to read books in French, I'm like, I hate it now.
Well, I used to read a lot in French because obviously like I was raised in French, but I would like to get back to it, but mostly just to read maybe like the classics in French. Like there's so many that I have not read that I would like to read eventually, but like the covers are so ugly in French classics. I'm like, oh my God, I really would much rather buy the pretty cover for the English version, but I want to read the French. So I'm like, what do I do?
Like the font of French books pisses me off.
Yeah, I don't know
it's
why.
It's always so tiny and I hate it. But yeah, like the Count of Monte Cristo and those things, I feel like everybody's reading them in English, but it's like,
yeah, I would love to read them eventually, but I just don't want to read the English version since I'm like a French speaker. I might as well read them. Like
it's like
written in.
that book, A Winter's Promise, I think.
Oh yeah, I've heard great things about that one. One of my friends was like, "You need to read it," and she has a French copy, so I was like, maybe I could just borrow it from her.
It's expensive. It's like $30 in French.
Yeah, so I think I might just borrow it from someone.
The perks of having reader friends. I don't have any, so. Hello, nice having you here. See, I hear that a lot. I feel like a lot of people took French, but they don't remember a single thing about it.
It's kind of complicated too. Like as a language, there's so many like exceptions in the grammar. Like I don't know. I feel like
I can't even write it that good because I mean I've learned English more than French, but like in uni I have to say "ans d'autres."
Yeah,
it's like my lifesaver. Like always, even if I write like an email, I'm like, oh, gotta correct it.
I'm pretty good with like writing, because like that's pretty much what I did in uni because I was in communications, but with a minor in readathon. So I'm guessing in English professional writing. So I'm pretty good, but it is difficult. Like I can't understand why people like would say that it's a complicated language because sometimes I get asked like questions like, oh, why is this written this way? I'm like, I don't know. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, and it's like words that are written. I'm like, I pronounce it a different way than it's written, and then I get confused.
Yeah, sometimes that happens too.
Especially with like the grammar. Obviously, I feel like that's the hardest part of like learning French. But oh well. 3.5 hours. What? That's a long time. So I don't know if anyone in the chat is wanting for another sprint. If you want another sprint, let me know. Because I'll probably stick around, but let me know how long you guys want a sprint for. Please and thank you. I'm Canadian. I gotta keep my manners. Also very valid.
Mm, yeah, makes sense.
Depending on the area you're from, it doesn't really. Okay. I shall wait.
I think I might have to leave because I'm starting to get hungry and
No problem.
but I'll be back to watch later on.
Alrighty.
So thank you for having me. That was really
Yes, hope you enjoyed your first live show and
yeah, and I read so much too. I was not expecting to get as much reading done. So
I know, it's so productive. I love it.
well, I guess I'll see you later in the I don't
Yes.
really
It's so weird to like say bye.
Bye.
Bye. So if some of you guys are still down to sprint, I have no problem staying a little bit longer for anyone who's interested. Perfect. How long would you like to sprint for? 30 minutes again? Or was that too long, too short? Whatever you guys want. If you want time to make food, I don't know what time it is where you guys are, but I know, I'm good. I mean, it's noon here. It's just because I'm doing my own 24-hour readathon and I didn't sleep much, but the whole purpose is to read. So if you guys want to read, I'll read. So I guess I'll put another 30 minutes so we can come back at 1 o'clock and it'll leave you guys time to do anything else if you'd like to. Good. 30 minutes is okay, so that's what we're gonna go with. Hello, everyone. It's been half an hour. How is everybody's reading going? I, for one, am making good progress. I'm almost on page 100 of my book, and I'm really enjoying it, so I'm happy. And it feels good to be enjoying what you read. I don't know if you guys want to sprint again a little bit later, or if you guys had enough. Have you finished your books? Let me know. Was 30 minutes enough for you guys? Hello, I hope you enjoyed your meal. Ooh, yeah. Hopefully, if it makes you cry, it's like a good cry and not like all my favorite characters have died kind of cry, because that would be sad, you know? Yes, we love some productivity. I feel like all I've been doing is sitting here, but at least I'm getting through my book. But I do, in fact, probably have some dishes waiting for me once I get off these lives. So I love that for me. So are you guys still up for reading? Should I keep going with the sprints? Let me know. If not, I can set up another 30-minute sprint for you guys or whatever you'd like. Perfect. So I'm probably gonna do one more sprint, maybe like 25-minute sprint, and then I'm gonna go because I still have to like eat lunch and, basic human needs. So I'm gonna do a last 25-minute sprint. We can chat for a few minutes after, and then I'll be on my way. And hope you guys enjoyed and that it was actually a little bit helpful. Hello, everyone. The last sprint is officially over. Let me know how your reading went. I gotta say, I am really loving this, and it is flying by. So I've been able to read 126 pages during these lives and finish my other book, which is good. I really am. I thought I was going to be disappointed, but now the only thing that's disappointing is how short it is. I hadn't realized it's like just over 300 pages, so I'm not going to want it to end, am I? Hope your book is also still good and that you're not disappointed. Good job. You're getting close to the end, I'm guessing, by this. That's a chunky book. Anything over 500 pages is pretty chunky. Nice, nice. You could definitely finish it today in that case. The joys of internet and living with other people and just, I guess we can't read for hours and hours without getting distracted, so makes sense, makes sense. I'm actually surprised I haven't been like scrolling on my phone or anything during all these sprints. Like I've been on here for 4.5 hours and all I've done is literally read. So proud of myself for that. I hope you get to finish it. I feel like 100 pages should be manageable. Depends on your reading speed, but still, I feel like you're on the way. If I can finish this today, I'd be very happy. If I can finish another book as well, that would be glorious, but I doubt we'll get there. And yes to this. Even sometimes when there's no like actual live reading sprints, I replay old reading sprints because they help me so much. It's easier to pace yourself and not get burnt out, I feel, with reading sprints. So I guess this will be it for me today. Who knows? I'm probably going to do more reading sprints in the future, but I think that 4.5 hours was good enough for today. So I hope that you guys enjoyed, and I wish you the best of luck with the rest of your reading plans for the day, and hope you love all your books, guys. Bye!